We are calling to order our meeting of the Board of Directors of the Bellevue School District. Today is Thursday, August 18th, and the time is 4:30 p.m. At this time, we will do roll call. We'll start with Director Chu.
Christine Chu.
Seema Sarafan.
Grace Dewey.
And Director Carolyn Watson is taking the podium now, and so I can announce her.
Superintendent Art Jarvis.
Great. If we could advance to the next item. So we have, in the spirit of introducing members of our community, we have tonight a longstanding member of our BSD staff, Director of Cybersecurity, James Luke. Executive Director Harrison, would you like to introduce him?
Yeah, I will do that quickly. It gives me great pleasure tonight to introduce to you Mr. James Luke as our Director of Cybersecurity, as you mentioned. I don't think a lot of people even know that we have a cybersecurity department. It's a fascinating area of our operation, extremely important. And so James is here. Welcome, James. It's good to see you and good to have you here.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you. James, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then following that with the land acknowledgement?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Duwamish and Snoqualmie tribes. We thank these caretakers for this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial. We reflect on the historic context that brings us to reside on this land and accept responsibility to interrupt erasure. We commit to an ongoing partnership with the Snoqualmie tribe as we listen to, learn from, and lead with their guidance.
Thank you. So, James, go ahead and, or Director Luke, tell us about yourself. You can look straight as forward and you'll be captured on the camera as well.
Okay.
We'd love to hear, this is our opportunity to hear about staff and what you do for our district that many people don't know.
Okay. So my name's James Luke. I've been with the district since before COVID times in 2018. Before that, I worked 18 years at an international law firm called Davis Wright Tremaine as Director of Information Technology and Information Security. My role here is Director of Cybersecurity. One of my main responsibilities is putting in and managing a security program to help increase the security posture of the district. Right now, we have three main missions, if you will. One of them being protection against malware, including ransomware, something that's been in the news and for almost all school districts. Also, generating, testing, and improving on action plans like disaster recovery plans, incident response plans, and those types of things. And also data protection in being able to manage the rights of our data and who is able to access them. The way that we're planning on doing that is increasing end user security awareness and training. That's our number one thing against ransomware and being able to do that. As everyone knows, the main way of it coming in is through phishing emails, pretending that they're from somewhere else and clicking on them and getting it installed. The incident response plans are being generated and evaluated. And along with tying in with the user security and awareness training for the individual rights, that we can also start putting in things like data loss prevention and those types of automated tools that will also help protect when we have sensitive data for it not leaving the district and not leaving, getting into the hands of people who are unauthorized.
Well, thank you. Thank you for giving us a sense of what you do as Director of Cybersecurity, and thank you for coming and sharing that, and for all the work you're doing for our district.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me.
Okay, this time, we just go quickly to acknowledgements, and we wish to acknowledge that today, August 18th, is John Mashtomi Day, that tomorrow is World Humanitarian Day. Moving to item 1.7, I move to approve tonight's agenda and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving tonight's agenda, please say aye. Aye. Okay. The agenda is approved, and we move to the consent agenda. For this too, I move that we pass the consent agenda, ask for a second, and then we can have any discussion. Is there a second to the approval of the agenda?
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Okay. The motion being seconded, is there discussion?
I have a couple of quick questions that I didn't turn in earlier, so I just want to call them out really quickly. First of all, on the student trips, one thing came to my attention last year. We had a group at one of the high schools that made it to the National Golf Championships. And when they did, there was a whole bunch of problem with that being an approved official trip, and they had to go to that with some kind of like, it was a side trip organized by the families or the kids and the parents or something. I don't know quite what happened, but I wanted to know if we had done anything differently this year to account for not just state championships, but if we happen to make it to the next level of championship, would there be the ability for kids to travel? Because I know we do that for like robotics and stuff, and I'm not sure about sports. So I don't think it's an urgent thing, because I'm sure if there was something missing, we've got time with the school year not started yet to come back and adjust that. But I have a question about that. And then the two other quick things on the consent agenda that I wanted to ask about were just the sorry, there is a position in the approval of classified certificating coaches. One of the positions for a coach was for helping out at like with random stuff. It wasn't like for the X team. It was for like helping with swim teams. And I wondered if that was a common thing we did, or if that's a way that we're economizing so that multiple schools can have more resources. Or it looked like a cool thing, and I just wanted to know what that was. And I wanted to comment that I had asked about the search timeline, and there I was concerned that the initial interviews were happening while we were at our WASDA conference for school directors. But it looks like, if I understand the thing correctly, that the interviews being conducted that week are the screening interviews being done by the consultants, and none of us are participating. So I just wanted to confirm that. And if that's the case, I don't have any questions or concerns. And that's
Okay,
it.
let
Thank
me
you.
take those out of order. I'll start with the third one. Thank you, Director Chu. You asked me about that last night, and I did double check and triple check on that. And we actually updated the timeline to make it a little more clear. So you're right. You see under the week of November 14th, as well as the week of November 19th, you see call outs there. The week of November 14th, you are correct. That's for HCE. There's no calendar hit for any board director, to put it that way. On the week of November 19th through the 27th, that's just flagging that there's going to be reading to do, but it's not date bound. So I hope that helps. I think that takes care of that question you had. I'll defer to the superintendent on the questions regarding the staffing as well as the student travel.
In both cases on questions 1 and 2, I have registered the questions. I will get back to the whole board as quickly as possible, but probably not during this meeting.
Understand. So I guess at this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote on the consent agenda, understanding that one or more directors may not feel comfortable voting. But at this time, I'll ask all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Apologies, Director Chu, I couldn't catch if you're approving or not. I do understand that superintendent, okay.
Yes, I am.
5-0, approving the consent agenda with the superintendent coming back to us on the questions that Director Chu raised as to student travel that might be unanticipated, but welcomed in the event of some outcome that's positive. And then the other one is about the coach and classification. Okay, so with that, we go to item 3, the superintendent update. Superintendent Jarvis?
Thank you, President Serafin. Tonight's superintendent's report is going to be the summative annual plan report, and Dr. Eva Collins will be making the actual presentation. My lead into it is you've had basically all of the reports in previous, but Dr. Collins and I would like to suggest that we had a very good year and did an amazing work. So if I can ask Dr. Collins to take the summative report and present that. Any questions that come afterwards? We've had a chance already to take those questions on Monday and get the answers back. If there are any other questions that come up, I will take those and get back to the board as a whole.
Sounds good. And we do thank you for the answers that your staff sent us by email. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jarvis and board directors. We're very pleased to present to you our annual plan summary in reflecting on last year. Thinking back to the context of the year and the context of this data and the report and what it represents, we did find many places where we could celebrate. And so I'll start with those celebrations just to pick a few from our data. Well, starting with the context, just for all people who may not be aware that we had great hopes going into the 2021 year. Kids were coming back in person full time. We were so excited about it. And we had many things in place to mitigate the spread of COVID. But when we were hit with Omicron, the number of absences, student absences, staff absences, and prolonged absences, and illness and fatigue, the lack of substitutes, it's no small matter. It's not an excuse for anything. We still have much to celebrate, but I give that to you as a matter of context. I visited Cherry Crest Elementary in late January, about the end of the first semester, and I was in an elementary teacher's classroom, an experienced teacher, and I thought, this looks like it's going fine. This looks great. Like, what's the problem? And she said, I have not yet had a day where I've had my entire class in attendance. There's always someone absent, prolonged absences, and missing planning time repeatedly. And this on top of getting new curriculum when planning time is really critical because teachers are learning new approaches. So I give you that context because for us, particularly in central office or who aren't directly in the classroom, sometimes we don't realize the impact that's having on day to day. And myself as a parent for many years of high schoolers, even missing one day is significant. So being out for multiple days, it did have an impact. However, we found lots of things to celebrate. Having said all of that, we did not close, number one, we did not close any schools and we did not close any classrooms, while neighboring districts did. There were times we were able to find staff and folks to cover classrooms, and we were able to keep our classrooms open. And so some of the data that we're celebrating is first and foremost our student well-being data and that sense of belonging, which we heard repeatedly from the board and from the community. It's important to us that our student well-being is first and foremost. Sense of belonging is something that we've been working on at the school level for years. And we were told when we set that goal way back in the first 2017-18, when we set the strategic plan, that a 5% gain would be significant. And good luck with that, because we've been flat despite our best efforts in sense of belonging. We've reached that. We've reached that 5%. And so that's something to celebrate. There were many efforts. We knew kids had been in isolation for a long time, and that had such a tremendous impact on them. And so that sense of belonging was particularly important to us for our students who have been furthest from educational justice, our students of color. And we were very pleased to see the efforts that our schools took. And I attribute a lot of that to the student agency that was given and the involvement of kids in coming up with solutions to improve sense of belonging. So that is something to celebrate, along with our mental health data, recognizing that our students were going to need our support in terms of mental health. And we really doubled down on mental health. So student well-being was a high priority. Health and safety, of course, a high priority, but student well-being was one of our highest priorities. And we feel good about some of the results that we're seeing. In terms of academics at the elementary level, we were very pleased to see the results in terms of student growth, particularly. And we did have the opportunity to look at growth over the course of the year with fall data and end of year data. So we were pleased to see that growth and the proficiency. We're not satisfied with it, of course. But given the context that I just expressed, we think that that was pretty remarkable and that we're very pleased with that. We have a lot of room to grow. We notice, one more celebration, sorry, before I finish. Our high school students, we had a 82% pass rate for the AP exams, and that's an all-time high for us. So that's another data point that we celebrate, that our students really took that seriously and had such success. And just to give a comparison, I don't know the national data for this past year, but it generally is about 60%. So to see our students achieving at that level is something that we're really proud of. At the same time, we also saw areas and significant areas where we need to improve. Math, as you know, is an area that we've been focusing on. And in this upcoming year, in our new annual plan, we've put into place some markers for math where we want to see improvements. And so we are very committed to making improvements in math. And we do have a plan for that, including improving Tier 1 instruction, but also supporting our students who need additional support just to develop those skills that perhaps they missed. And we have a menu of items that we can use at the school level, depending on the context of the school and school needs. So that will be a big area for us. Am I missing anything, Dr. Armaki? I think that's it, Dr. Jarvis.
I know that there were questions asked in our session on Monday. Some of those questions were answered, but we have a few minutes, and so if there's either limiting time but giving space, if any board directors would like to either comment or ask a question that comes up now that you hadn't thought of before, why don't we do that? I see Director Watson's ready. Why don't I start with you, and then we'll just go reverse alpha order. Thank you.
Yeah, so I had asked a question on Monday about the math, and one of the reasons in the report given that math was difficult for people was that the absences and the fact that, you know, people had to pinch hit in teaching because of the absences with staff and everything. So I think my question didn't quite get hit in the answers, because what I was trying to ask was, what did we learn from that experience this year? Or is there anything, if that should happen again? Like, we're all hoping that doesn't happen again, but it's always possible as another variant or whatnot. So is the answer tutoring, online support in summer school, or do we have some other thing we can do if we get hit with that level of teaching staff absence?
And maybe as we go, you
That's
can
what
let
I
us.
meant to ask on Monday, but it somehow didn't get interpreted that way.
And you can maybe let us know, is that a question you want to answer right now, or you feel like requires some time before you come back?
Thank you, Director Watson, for that question. So I think we did misinterpret your question a little bit. And when I'd read the question, I thought the question was saying central office staff, how is that having an impact on math? And it wasn't just central office staff. So for example, we had a meeting about math today, and one of our, I'm going to answer your question,
Okay.
but just to get a little bit more to the explanation of how it impacted math. One of our key strategies was the hiring of a math coach at one of our middle schools. Tremendous and great strategy, great receptive. The teachers were very receptive to it. And we needed to use that person to substitute in classrooms quite a bit. So it wasn't consistently applied in the way that we would have liked to. So that was the impact we were trying to express, and probably didn't do a great job of expressing that in the report. But moving forward, if we should continue to have that level, we do have a whole menu of things that we want to provide for kids that include both in school and out of school supports that we think can make a difference and sustain even if we have teacher absenteeism. There is no substitute for the classroom teacher. We get that. So no, we don't have a solution for substituting the classroom teacher. But do we have things that we could do that we think would better mitigate? Yes.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
I have a question, but I'm going to hold mine. Why don't I go to Director Shuey? Do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, a couple of comments and questions. Thank you. On Monday, a couple of us had asked the question, especially with respect to family engagement, on whether the breakdown by racial demographic is available. And I'm sorry if I missed it, but we do have that breakdown, for example, in academic success, and that is very helpful because we need to be attentive to what is going on within different demographics. But in the family engagement, which is also important in terms of favorable response and whether families feel informed, supported, and empowered, we have the numbers as a whole, but not by demographic. So the first question I have is whether that's available, when it will be available, and how to get it to be second nature for us to include that in reports like this. Should I stop there and go on to my second question / comment, or pause?
I think there might be an answer. I believe Ms. Collins is going to be answering, or somebody is going to.
Yes. I really appreciate the question because the breakdown of the demographic data, particularly for the family engagement, is critically important. If we were to understand the issue with our families feeling informed, supported, and empowered, that breakdown is critically important. And so we do have that data. It was in, as my understanding, John Harrison, that the family engagement report and that was linked in the summative report, but maybe it wasn't linked in the first version that you received before Monday. So I apologize for that. But the second thing I want to say, and if we didn't give you that data, we need to give you that data because that's the exact data that our schools used in order to define what is the issue around families feeling informed, supported, and engaged. And it's just a high level data point. And so there was another question about why do we only use the survey? We don't only use the survey. At the school level, where it matters about families feeling informed, supported, and empowered to support their student success, the schools have strategies that they developed with the families. So they further did listening sessions and focus groups and brought families in based on the high level data. They started digging deeper and actually talking to family members and bringing them in and saying, help us lead with us on what we can do, like what's not working and what we can do differently, rather than assuming that we have all the answers and that our strategies and approaches are going to be, let's say, the fix. And so that was the strategy we used, and that's what we trained our principals on at the Leadership Institute prior to this one. And every school developed a cycle of improvement plan based on their data, and the data wasn't just the survey. The data was additional data they collected from having these conversations with families, and it was broken down by demographics. Is there anything I missed?
I do want to just say, for the benefit of the board directors, I think what happened, and for your benefit, I believe it was hyperlinked in the report, but we had problems accessing it. So right after the meeting, our board coordinator emailed that report to everybody, but I've just asked if she could just project it so that people can see it,
Okay.
and then maybe consult it. So I think to answer the
in fact-
question, it appears that the data was provided but not integrated directly in the slide in the actual report on the annual plan. Instead, there was a hyperlink and we couldn't
Yes.
access it.
And I think maybe the hyperlink isn't the best approach for us. I mean, we can hyperlink, but in addition, we could just put them in the appendix.
Yeah, I think what was a little bit kind of striking was that every other field had all that
Got
very
it.
well delineated.
Played.
And then it
Mhm.
was sort of like this seemingly specious
just dropped
omission
off.
when it came to the one thing that, one of the many things where we really wanted to see that breakdown.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think just,
that makes sense.
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I don't recall if you had another question. I do want to also get to Director Chu.
Okay.
You did have
I do
another
have
question, Director Shui?
comment, but just to amplify that, that is part of my comment, is that when I say second nature, it is like equal treatment, right? Is that we could put it in a hyperlink or we could put it in an appendix, but since all the other ones, like academic success, did break it down that way, I don't think we should treat this part of it any differently. So that's just some feedback that I would love to see it integrated into the summary annual report in the future. My second question / comment, which is maybe a little bit more of a comment, and it has to do with, I appreciate all the celebrations that we have. I do want to continue to bring us back to the fact that we had 4%, 4 to 6%, I believe, at some points of kids who were in online and suffered a lot because it was a different curriculum, it was different teachers. And I'll talk about it more during board discussion because it is something that I remain concerned about and I appreciate the attention to it. But if we can make our language more inclusive, and when we say things like we celebrated coming back to school, recognize that everybody was not in person and there were people who chose for different reasons. Some of them, didn't really feel like a meaningful choice to not be in person school. And so if we can, as I said, use more inclusive language to talk about what our celebrations are and why certain things are elevated. I did hear the comment that we didn't have to close schools like other school districts have, but from my perspective, that's not the paramount, success measure of success. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Chu?
All right, I'm going to ask all of my questions, and then if there's time, they can be addressed or not. I think it'll be a little more efficient. The first is about connecting back with Dr. Watson, Director Watson, and also with Director Shui on the online piece. For the when we think about the all the teachers being out, we also think about the students who are out. And one of the things that we had hoped would come out of this pandemic was that we would think of absences differently for kids moving forward. And I wondered if we had learned anything or made any progress on creating better opportunities for short-term remote instruction for students when needed for various reasons. And I don't know if there's any progress on that, but that sort of came to mind when we were talking about all the absences and issues, because that seems to be something that could be a really powerful mitigation and also a powerful opportunity for us moving forward. Second thing that I want to note is we had some great successes in academics for sure, and I appreciated that Deputy Superintendent Collins pointed out some of the high school successes in elementary and AP tests, and all over the place we saw some great things happen. We also noticed that in our middle schools, we really didn't have the mastering of standards that we hope and expect for our kids, and we probably aren't going to view this as learning loss. We're just going to view this as this is where we are as a district. This is where our kids have been able to learn in this pandemic. And so the question becomes, yeah, we were back in the classroom last year and we're still seeing the kids not quite all the way where we thought they'd be. So how do we make sure that the subsequent courses that these kids are set up for success in them? And how do we make sure if any of these standards that they're missing are essential standards, how do we make sure that we're kind of building those into subsequent learning opportunities for our kids? This isn't a failure of our system necessarily. It really feels more to me like part of the COVID recovery process is just figuring out where we are at but how are we realistically meeting our kids there? So that's something I'd like to hear more about. I saw some in the report, but I didn't walk away with clarity. And then my third question on the report is about equity. One of the things I really appreciated and liked about this report was there was a succinct summary that really helped highlight how many different things our district is doing to address the inequities in learning access and opportunities and so forth, effectiveness. And that's awesome. But I also noticed that we acknowledged that we weren't quite there on the critical criteria reviews. And one of the pieces of the critical criteria reviews that I think is critical is the family engagement. So we weren't looking necessarily at the family engagement data broken down like we thought we would. But so I'm wondering, like, what did it mean that we didn't have the critical criteria reviews? Are there additional opportunities we see to engage our community in different processes? And then the second thing in those reviews that I think is critical is really evaluating our success. So I noticed that we evaluated some of the commitments, but there's a section of the equity policy that has an overview of things that we want to look at just across the board and see where we are making sure that kids are getting services and success, and where they're not. And I didn't see that section included in the report. So when I look at policy 0130, there's just a section at the end that talks about a breadth of things to, like, there it is. It's part A 2. And I think we covered A1, and I'm not sure if we covered A2 3. So we covered a little bit of 3 and 4. So I'm just wondering what's next on that, and do we see any opportunities there, like beyond, sure, we need to fill out this form, but filling out, doing this critical criteria review, what are the opportunities we see that could actually transform parts of the system?
I'm going to suggest we also take Director Aris's questions or comments, just so that if there are any, we know what they are. I think there was a belief, as I had understood it, that most of the questions had come in on Monday. So it may be that some of the answers, there may be some tonight and some may come later. But why don't you go ahead, Director Aris, if you have any?
I would like
to be clear,
say that-
Director Serafan, I did raise all the critical criteria and reporting issues on Monday, and I didn't see a response to that. And I think we did have some questions just raised about the middle school performance on Monday that I didn't see additional information on. So those were new, and I just raised the remote instruction one based on tonight's discussion.
Yeah, so I'm going to let Deputy Superintendent Collins decide which ones she can take now or not, but I am offering, if Director Aris wants to add her questions too, then
No,
she can have all of them.
I would just like to hear the answers.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think I asked the superintendent and staff, are there questions that you're,
Again, I think we've been trying to set a path by which the questions would be answered later, either on Monday or the ones that would come, so we wouldn't get into the extended period here. I don't know if Dr. Collins has any that quick answers, but I would ask to, otherwise we will get answers back to the board on any and all of those questions. Thank you.
okay, so I think then a question for you, what is your preferred way to get back? Would it be by email, or would you like to have this discussed when we meet again on the 8th, which would be, we have a planning session.
I can't guarantee it for Monday or Tuesday, but we will get it back to you within the week.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to ask, there are no other questions to include in the, I'm going to say in the bucket. Okay, the one I had was partially actually covered by something that Director Chu raised. So, so I think we're good there. I think what I would just ask is when you do have the answers, let's maybe have it under separate heading on the subject line because sometimes we get the cumulative, which is very convenient in some ways, but sometimes some things get bucketed under there. So Executive Director Harrison, maybe on this one, you have a separate subject line that just says follow up to the annual plan or something. And that way we'll clearly see it when it comes in. And you can include both the original answers as well as whatever is coming supplemental. Would that work? Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time we go to item 4, which is public comment. And I understand that we have someone here for public comment. Is that right? Okay, so as you step up, I'm just going to say a few things that are projected, and I think you also may have seen, sir. We're grateful, first of all, that you're here for public comment. We appreciate the fact that members of our community either join us remotely or come in person to share their thoughts. We do note that you'll have 2 minutes, and we ask you to keep to the 2 minutes. And we also just ask you to be reminded that because we're a public board and are being broadcast, that you please keep in mind that we can't have comments that are libelous or slanderous or invade privacy or obscene or indecent or that violate our policies or otherwise would create any kind of FCC concern. So with that, we welcome you and ask you to go ahead and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Honorable board members, my name is Will Knedlik. I'm a resident of the Silver Glen Retirement Cooperative located next to Highland Middle School, where you met yesterday adjacent to my concerns this evening. I want to thank you for your community engagement element in your annual priorities and to congratulate you for meeting all 3 of your community engagement priorities for 2021-2022. However, the district's engagement for your Evergreen transitional facilities did not engage our neighborhood. And the result is a major endangerment for 160 elderly residents due to lack of reasonable analysis of serious jeopardies imposed by your current plans. No member of our community opposes the transitional school facilities, but the existing plan endangers the welfare and indeed the lives of 160 elderly people, including 2 over 100, in respects not considered with regard to cut-through traffic currently occurring from district operations and soon to become worse. Due to time limitations, I've provided your staff with an appeal of the district's DNS so that you can see that a substantial risk to human life is real and not crying wolf nor exaggerated rhetoric, but a significant hazard that requires resolution now to eliminate needless dangers to Silver Glen residents and consequential liabilities for the district and for us all as taxpayers. And EIS can protect the lives of vulnerable community and deliver a useful program for the district. And I hope the board will withdraw the district's DNS, followed promptly by genuine community engagement. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Mr. Is it Knedlik? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. Ms. Worth, do we have any other public commenters remotely or in person? Okay, I'm seeing no. We now go to item 5 on our agenda. So at this time, we go to our public budget hearing. It precedes our consideration as a board, which is item 6 on our agenda. This is the time for a public hearing, and I will do my best to ensure that I properly explain what we're doing. There's a statute, RCW 28A 505060, under which our board is required to hold a hearing before passing a budget. And so at this time, what we want to do is identify any speaker who wants to be heard, because if they do, they will be allowed to speak for up to 2 minutes, similar to public comment, but this is designated really for our public to be able to come and speak about the budget. So we ask any individuals who might wish to speak to come forward at this time. And I'll start by asking Ms. Worth, is there anybody who's indicated remotely or in person that they would like to speak tonight regarding our budget?
I do not have anyone that has indicated. I did want to come up to the microphone so the online folks can hear me clearly. If you are online and wish to speak to the budget, please raise your hand in Teams. There should be a reaction available to you to let us know that you want to speak.
Okay, so I believe I need to ask 3 times. So we're going to ask again if there's anybody online, remote, or in person who wishes to speak tonight regarding the budget. This is for the purpose of enabling members of the public to express any views about the budget before it's adopted potentially by the board. So that's our second call. Ms. Worth, do you see any hands raised? I do not, but like to know. Okay, I see no. So now third time, are there any people, members of the public who are here in person or online or remote who wish to speak to our budget? Okay, neither seeing nor hearing none. At this time, the hearing is closed. We now move to item 6. So at this time, I understand that we have 2 resolutions. I'm going to attempt to summarize each, but I probably have our deputy superintendent describe each. I know that there's our first resolution essentially sets the spending limits by fund for the district. It authorizes essentially Bellevue School District to spend up to the amounts designated. And then our second resolution is about transfer of funds, giving the Bellevue School District the authority to transfer the funds from capital and technology to our general fund. So with that, I think there are 2 items up. 6.1, which is the resolution adopting the proposed budget for the calendar year 2022 to 2023. Deputy Superintendent Davida, I know you've already spoken to this before, but is there anything you'd like to say before I ask board directors to look at it and I make my motion?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I just want to reiterate that this budget was established based on parameters that the board set up last year with respect to making sure that we align it with the annual plan and the strategic plan in terms of where the spending priorities are, and it has been aligned to that. In addition, it includes the estimates on enrollment so that we have adjusted our budget to recognize the declining enrollment that we will be having next year moving into subsequent years. And there are contingencies built into it to handle either more or less enrollment that we anticipate. There has been a reduction of teaching positions because of our lowering of enrollment, but those been done through attrition and there were no layoffs or other things required. And it really focuses on the priorities that Dr. Collins talked about earlier in terms of family engagement, student engagement, and academic success. And so this budget is really meant to help move the district forward with the goals that you have helped us establish.
Okay, this time I make a motion that we pass the resolution adopting the proposed budget for the upcoming calendar year 2022 to 2023. Do I have a second from board member?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. I see a hand raised. Director Shui.
Thank you. And since this is the first time I've gone through the budget process, I will have what may be some basic questions, but as you know, the budget documents are quite lengthy, over a couple hundred pages, as I understand they are every year. And I have not been able to parse through every single item. My concern, as I've expressed over several board meetings revolves around the expenditure for SROs. And my first question is, where do we find that in this budget?
It will be included in the spending under safety and security, and it is part of the material supplies and operating costs. I don't have the exact page, but I'm happy to go through and find it and provide that information to you at a later time.
Okay. I won't be prepared to vote without being able to take a look at that, but I also have a deep concern about expenditure of funds on that item, and so not sure it will make a difference. But if you can direct me to the page and where that shows up, that would be really helpful. Is that something that I think I heard at a later time? But there is a vote that is scheduled for tonight. Is that correct?
Correct. You need to vote by the end of this month, August 31st, on a new budget for the district. Otherwise, the district is not authorized to spend any funds in September. But I'm happy to look through the document right now and see if I can pick it up, since this is the first time I've been asked this question.
So for context, the budget did come up in, I think, one of our pre-planning meetings earlier in the month. So that's where there were questions, I think, raised at that time to Deputy Superintendent DeVita. But I see there's also a hand raised by Director Chu.
All right, there. I have, sorry, I share some of the concerns of Director Shuey, but I have an entirely separate question that I wanted to ask, as I think it's been a while since we've been in this position, but we have a pending contract agreement with our largest labor group out there, and or maybe our second largest labor group, I forget how it numbers trickle down, add up when you look at the labor groups, but and that hasn't been approved yet. I think we have like a tentative agreement and then there's a vote and so forth. What happens, what like, is there any implication to our budget, or can we go ahead and approve the budget and there's no implication to the budget from when that gets approved? Is there any issue?
We have already incorporated, anticipating that will get approved. That has already been incorporated into the budget.
Okay. And there was like because there was an agreement reached or what have you, a tentative agreement that was reached. That's why we were able to do it that way. Because I think the last time we had to do a contract agreement and pass the budget, the vote happened before the budget vote happened. I think it was all kind of in there, but.
Yeah, we build in contingencies as well. So for example, we are negotiating currently with our bus drivers. And so we have built contingencies in there anticipating where we would expect to end up in that negotiation. It is not as significant an impact as our teachers, our Bellevue Education Association, which is the tentative agreement that we have reached that we have not yet had voted on.
Thanks, Melissa. I just want to know, I probably should have had this conversation in a larger form earlier, but I just have been thinking about it because we've made so many cuts to our budget, and we have the declining enrollment. We're worried about funding. We're not getting adequate funding from the state to fund special education. We're not getting adequate funding for a number of things. We didn't get equitable funding for our students for the ESSER funds. And so we have all these places that we're trying our very best to compensate for. So I just want to make sure that we have that we're going to be able to serve our kids, and that we feel really confident that this budget allows us to do that. It feels like every dollar counts, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yes, every dollar does count. And again, we continue to focus on our students and our schools. So for example, there have been reductions in the central administration office totaling over $500,000. And while there has been a reduction in teaching staff, we have been richly staffed the last couple of years because of the pandemic and the need to have spacing, less kids in classrooms, et cetera. So, but our class sizes will not be extraordinarily high in the coming year. They'll still remain very reasonable to support our kids academically.
Thank you for that.
Director Shuey, on page 22 of 40 in GF11, one of two, there is a building security line under support activities, and that includes the actual expenditures for 2020, the budget for 2021-22, and the budget for 22-23. And that would be part of that spending. And I will find you the page where it provides you additional details with respect to those funds.
Okay, I see a hand raised, Director Chu, but I just want to, because Deputy Superintendent DeVita replied to Director Shuey, just want to see if Director Shuey had any comment back.
I just wanted to make sure I'm in the right place. I'm at a document that's 233 pages, and I think that one of the points of confusion for me is that the PDF 40 versus the number at the bottom of the page, there's different numbers. So where am I looking for 40? Is it the 233 page document, just to make sure I'm in the right document?
Yeah, it's page, if you look at the F195, sorry, if you look at the F195 report that was included in the, it's a summarized F195 report that was included on the board docs. So if you go to your board docs and click on the summary of all funds for adoption, the very first PDF.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the last page.
And then if you go to, yeah, sorry, I have to get back in there so I can tell you. If you go to page 22 of 40 in that document.
Okay.
Okay, and you look at activity code 67, which is down on the left-hand side, and it says building security. And then you can see exactly what we are spending on building security. That includes both the full-time equivalent employees that are in building security, along with anything that they are spending on materials, supplies, and operating costs.
So are we looking at the total of 884,122, and that some of it is salary and other items, and then what I understood in the past is 415,000 is for SROs?
Correct.
So basically, I apologize that I wasn't at the meeting that some of these questions were asked before, but it's basically almost half the budget for building security.
Correct.
We'll have further comments, but that was my question. So I don't know if you want to go on to another director or if you want me to provide comments now. Either way is fine with me.
Well, I think in terms of just sort of context, and I know this is new for many of us, but this was originally presented end of July, July 21st meeting. And so I think we have a little margin. So if there's another question you've got, we'll take it. But otherwise, I think the question will be, are we going to vote for the item 6.1? Are we ready to do that? Or is there anything else a board director feels they need before we can go forward with the vote? Director Chu.
I have some comments. It sounds like Director Shuey also has some comments, so I'm happy to be now or to let her make those comments first. Is there a preference?
I don't think so. I think
you want to go first? That's fine with me.
Sure, then I'll just make a couple of comments. So I think that I raised this issue as well to the superintendent when the budget came up and when some of these things were happening and when we had some discussions about this particular budgetary item. And I'll say, like, one of the important things about passing the budget is that the board is not managing the day-to-day operations of the district, and so we're not doing line items in the budget here. We're approving a holistic budget, and that's really important.
You cut out, Director Chu, you may
Recording
just want to
and-
repeat that. You cut out, so I want to make sure
Oh,
your
I'm
whole
so
statement
sorry.
is caught. No, that's okay. What
Okay.
we heard you say was essentially, maybe just repeat the part you
the very
said,
end.
holistic budget, and then you can maybe repeat.
Yeah. So I think it's really important that we as a board recognize that our job is to approve the overall operating budget, and the way that and we don't line by line address things. The accountability model for us is to address things in terms of getting our reports on a regular basis, getting our critical criteria reviews, etc. And I think that one of the things that's hard about some of the items is, we acknowledged that we didn't entirely nail the critical criteria reviews, but when we're really committed to making sure that each and every student is able to learn and is in a safe place to learn, there are a couple of parts that become, more essential than others in some ways. And so when the work was done to determine the budgeting for this particular program, I think that what happened is there was some great input taken up front, and that was attempted to be addressed. But one of the parts of our critical criteria process is that we continue we have a way to engage that community, and we have a way to measure those successes. And I think we made an attempt to do some of those things, but we didn't circle back in the same way with the community or the members in our community who said, this is getting in my way of learning every day. And this is, putting a burden on me that I can't take. And so it's a pretty serious thing to think about a group of kids that goes to school and is scared when they're at school or is stressed. And so that's one thing that I think is hard for me to reconcile, because I don't know, other than the budget, if that feedback is given, but we're not seeing it necessarily addressed. I had thought we might see a different monitoring plan come out, or some programmatic thing come out to sort of address that, or a second iteration on the community engagement, and we didn't. So that's hard. The other thing is that this budget item is being reported under building security, but in reality, what we've decided is these folks that we're hiring are not necessarily being hired to be at a particular building. They're kind of floating, and the emphasis on their work is to do training. And I'm concerned that putting this line item here as done is giving a false sense to our community, not intended. I mean, it might be just an artifact of how the budget categories work, but a false sense to the community that these people are providing day-to-day building security. Because when we are told that they won't be first responders necessarily, that's not their primary thing, they're not assigned to particular buildings, etc., then I'm not clear that they are building security so much as they are a different part of the safety budget. So maybe that's just because I don't understand all the categories in the safety budget. But those are the things, I guess, I just want to put those forth as why, even though this is a small percentage of our budget, it's such an impactful one. And like we said, every single dollar is counting for something. So it's one of the reasons that I've given pause, and I'm struggling in this space as well. So I just wanted to be clear about that, and make it clear that there's not just one board director out there who's new and doesn't know what to do with the budget, or that this is something that multiple of us are concerned about, and I'm not sure we have found the right path on this one. So hence the conversation probably today. I don't know, we haven't had a big conversation about this all together, so this is our opportunity to do it, I guess.
Director Chu, first of all, building security is an activity code that is defined by the state. So we align expenditures based upon state guidelines. We do not have a choice as to how those expenditures are aligned. So these are the categories that are provided by the state. So that's my first statement. And we utilize those as directed. Okay. So that's a comment on why it is in that activity code 67. Just like we have activity codes up there for maintenance, insurance, et cetera. I would, I appreciate your feedback on that. The budget does not have line item veto, as we've discussed before. And I would be happy to provide additional details in a more appropriate forum for some of the other consequences of the budget not moving forward.
I think Director Aris, were you seeking to say something or not? Okay.
Yeah, I was curious on the same, I had the same concern as Director Chu, because the former SRO's new CEO is focused on engagement and learning, is my understanding from the presentation. So the fact that it is underneath security seemed a little odd to me.
Okay, so I have I guess a comment. It's a little bit responsive to Director Chu's point, but I also have an inquiry to ask. I think what I'm hearing from Deputy Superintendent DeVita, and I could be misunderstanding, but I think what you're saying is if there's going to be a question about voting down the budget, there are consequences, and I think for that, we would consider an executive session for probably legal guidance on the implications. I don't know if that's what's being contemplated, but I will say I appreciate some of what Director Chu is saying in the sense that we've had before this sense of conundrum of, I know I have, where we approve a boiler, specifically for installation at a middle school, but we, found ourselves at times not feeling like we had the authority to vote down a large item. I think we have an opportunity to revisit policies that were, passed about 10 years ago, like such as 6210, where that kind of authority could be revisited. It could be done like many districts have it, where it's based on the amount of spend. And that would bring many things for a board approval. Those are the types of things that I think going forward we can think about as we rebalance our governance model. But I would suggest that in this case, I just know that this superintendent did apprise us, the previous board, and I acknowledge 2 of our board directors weren't there, but directors Chu, Serafin, and Watson were on the board in the fall when he told us he was going to take the report of the committee that was engaged to evaluate SROs and follow one of the 2 recommendations they had, and he did that. So I feel, even though I don't know that I have the perfect answer, I do feel that what was landed on is aligned with what we as a prior board had approved. So I say that as a kind of a comment that acknowledges in many ways that we may want going forward to have a different balance when it comes to items and have that reflect a percentage of our budget or a certain dollar requisite amount. Many districts do that. And we could revisit that through multiple policies that are in effect and have been in effect for about 10 years, including law enforcement, we have a law enforcement or engagement policy, the number of which I don't remember off the top of my head, but we have certainly policy 6210. These are things we can reimagine and revisit. So that's a comment, but I want to now ask board directors, is there anybody who feels that they're maybe on the fence about whether they're going to vote for our budget, which is essentially up or down on the whole budget, holistic, as Director Chu said? If so, I think it would be probably wise for us to consider an executive session to get legal guidance. So I'm asking, is there anybody who feels that an executive session would be valuable? I see actually Director Shuey's hand up. I'm sorry, I missed that. So sorry, you're on mute. I'll go off mute.
Thanks. I did want to speak further to my concerns about it, and I understand and hear what Director Chu has said, and I don't know where to insert my comments. So if this is an appropriate enough time, I'd like to just spend a minute. Thank you. So I fully appreciate, having run and managed a lot of budgets over my profession, the need for a fair amount of autonomy and professionalism. And I completely respect that this is a very large budget that takes a lot of intellectual gymnastics and negotiating and all sorts of things to get to where we are. And in general, I am very supportive of that process and do not see what my concerns are as an operational one. I see my concerns as a matter of conscience, as I've said at the last several meetings. It is a deeply impactful to the most historically marginalized parts of our community. And so my only voice is through this budget to tell you how deeply troubled I am by us spending $415,000 a year on something that I do not feel was fully vetted from my perspective. I understand, President Serafan, that you say that at least 3 members of this board previously greenlighted it, or whatever the actual action item was. I'm not sure what that was. I see Director Chu shaking her head that it was not a green light. Whatever it was, I was not part of that, and it is my duty and responsibility as a director who was voted in recently to bring my conscience to bear. And I do think, having spoken with people who are involved in that original task force, that there are people who feel like the task force was selected in a way to ensure that SROs could continue, that the 2 recommendations that came out of it were artificially constrained, and then I've spoken with students who did not feel like they were consulted again about the impact, and the ones that were most impacted. And then I've also spoken with members of the community who have said that, and I've actually checked in with the district to ask, well, what happened to the survey that was done? What the response was that we only got like 5% response, and it wasn't statistically reliable. But at that point, we go back and we find out this is so troubling and so deeply impactful of a decision that, as I said, in conscience, this is not a line item rejection. It is going to be a vote of conscience. If we need to have an executive session, I support that, obviously, and am open to hearing, the impacts. But that's why I am not going to vote with the budget with this item in it.
Okay, thank you. I would suggest that we break momentarily and stand in recess for 15 minutes for an executive session for us to be able to receive legal guidance. Thank you.
Do we go into another session?
Could we have instructions on what you want us to do online?
They may have muted.
I'm going to try just joining the exec session link. Do we have one for later or something? Do we have another one?
We had a second link. Do you have one? Maybe
I don't know. I'm going to look.
I don't see one on my calendar. So.
No, I don't think so either.
Well, I'm sure, they'll probably call us in. I know that they've done that before.
Oh, Hannah might have sent us a message somewhere. Let's see.
Oh, I see somebody typing.
Okay. So do we leave this meeting or do we just wait?
I think we leave this meeting, but let's stay here to make sure we're connected until, I think they'll pull us into the other one though. And then this one will go on pause.
Okay. Oh, is it coming out in Spanish? Whatever messaging we're getting looks like it's in Spanish.
Are you looking at the messaging at the bottom of the screen? Because that's just the translation of everything.
Oh,
that's
here we go. I'm
posted.
getting a call.
Okay, we will be extending our executive session for another 20 minutes until 6:25 p.m. Thank you. on, and we are extending our executive session until 6:55 PM. We'll return at 6:55 PM. Thank you.
The board is extending the executive session for another 15 minutes. The board is extending the executive session for another 15 minutes.
Mike, can you hear me? I just want to make sure my microphone works because I've just reconnected.
Hear you? I don't know if they've unmuted
Okay.
us
Hi,
yet.
Christine and Joyce. We can hear you loud and clear. Thanks for
Oh.
checking in.
Thank you so much.
We're back in session. We are resuming the regular board meeting of the Bellevue School District after an extended executive session. We are now ready to call the question on what is listed as item 6.1, the resolution adopting the proposed budget. At this time, I will suggest we go in reverse alpha order. So I will just have a simple roll call and ask you to vote yes or no on item 6.1, which is the resolution adopting the proposed budget for the 2022-2023 school year.
And what did we decide about the brief comment?
I believe what we might do is do a vote and then comment. If there's anybody who wishes to comment as they vote, we can do that, but I think it might be better to first actually take the vote.
I'd like to comment as I vote, but I can go either way if the strong sentiment is in favor.
I think,
Voting first.
well, hang on. Actually, why don't we just first do the comment as part of the, I'll call it as part of the discussion. I just ask each person to make a quick comment and then we'll do our vote. Does that work? Just do a thumbs up, please. Okay, I think that is okay. And with that, Director Watson, do you want to make a comment? And then we'll just go quickly through each person. We'll go ahead and keep that reverse alpha order.
I'm concerned that I'm motivated and concerned by the fact that the budget needs to pass to get school to start smoothly in the beginning of September as planned.
Got it. Director Shuey.
Thank you for the executive session and thank you to the public for your patience in allowing us to have our executive session. I want to say to the community and to any potential future superintendent candidates, because I think that is something that people may be looking at our meetings, and I want folks to know that this is an issue. It comes about because of the SRO issue, which we have talked about for several months. I said earlier that I would be voting my conscience on an issue that is very difficult and complex. What I want to say, though, is that it is an issue that we should be grappling with, and that I am very proud to be on this board and serve with people that no matter what the vote comes out, we've had a very thoughtful, very professional, very respectful engagement with disagreeing points of view and over our last several meetings. And when we come to the decisions that we come to, what we should take out of it is that this is how a good board should operate, which is in concert with each other and with principles that people respect. And that's all I'll say for now.
Thank you. I will just say I have a few thoughts. First, I do agree that this is a very thoughtful board. We have a thoughtful board, we have a committed district, and I'm grateful that we are able to have disagreements and still move forward. So I think that was well put. I want to then hand it over to give time to others. So Director Chu.
I echo the appreciation for the deep engagement that we have on this. I would also like to put out some appreciation for the level of detail and concern and care that Melissa DeVita and her team and really the whole staff put into putting a budget together for our students. And for me, we need to start school and we need to have our kids there. We also need to keep each one of them safe and take care of them and make sure that they are in a position to learn. And so I don't want to interfere with us getting our school started, but I do want to be committed to an ongoing discussion and action to follow up with our concerns to make sure that every student is in a position where they are best able to learn.
I would like to say thank you for all the staff who have put it in so much effort to get us here. And thank you, Melissa, and your team for creating this amazing, very detailed document for our budget. I, like everyone else, I am concerned in making sure that we have a space for each and every student. And I appreciate everyone engaging in our the discussion to hash out and make sure that we are really striving for that. I am also thankful and appreciate the conversation our leaders have had to saying that we are continuing that conversation. So thank you.
Okay, I think at this time, we'll go ahead and keep that reverse alpha order, and I'll just go director by director. So Director Watson, it would be a yes or no, vote yes, no, or abstain on the policy, excuse
On
me,
the
on
budget. Yeah, the
resolution.
to pass the budget.
Exactly.
And I'm voting yes.
Okay, next, Director Shuey.
In appreciation of the hard work, but also in recognition of the issues with the SRO program in particular, I'm going to vote against.
Okay, next on the alpha order is me, and I vote yes for the passing the budget.
Oh, sorry, you're not calling. Okay, this is Director.
I'm sorry, Director Chu, you're next. And I thought you would naturally jump in. Apologies there.
I'm going to abstain.
Director Aris?
Abstain.
Okay, so that is 3 votes cast. 2 of the 3 were yes, 1 were no, and the budget passes. Okay, that takes us to item 6.2, which is a resolution on the capital fund. That says the resolution on the capital fund transfer for technology. I summarized before, and Deputy Superintendent DeVita can clarify if I didn't get it right, but I think the punchline on this is essentially it allows the district to transfer funds from the CTE fund to the general fund. Is that right?
Correct. We spend monies out of the general fund for expenditures that qualify as things that the capital and tech levy fund can be used for. And so at the end of the year, we transfer funds from capital and tech to the general fund for those items.
Okay, so this time I make a motion to pass what is listed as item 6.2. It's a resolution on the capital fund transfer for technology. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. There's 5-0. That resolution also passes. We will, I suggest, because of time of staff here, that we skip to item 7 and we come back to items 6.3 to 8, 6.3 to 6.6 after we resolve what is listed under board item 7. Do I have unanimous consent to do that? Is that all right?
Could we actually do 6.5 and 6.6? Because those also require staff, and I don't think they're going to take much time.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Why don't we do that? I'm glad you called that out. Okay, so the action on the Interlake High School kitchen. Jack McLeod, thank you. And do we want to take 6.6 at the same time?
I've been through the project a number of times and recommending that the project be accepted as complete in accordance with the contract documents.
Thank you. Are there questions? Let me first make a motion that we pass the, I think the requested final acceptance of the kitchen, the Interlake High School kitchen. Is there a second on that? It's a resolution essentially approving the final acceptance. Is there a second? I think I saw one. Thank you, Director Aris. Are there any questions or discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of passing the resolution to approve the final acceptance, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that motion passes. Next, we have the action on the Evergreen transition award of contract. So
On
go ahead.
August 9th, we opened bids for the Evergreen transition new project. Had 6 responsive bidders. Spee West Construction was the lowest responsive bidder with a bid of $18,415,000. It also included alternates 1A and 2A, as well as unit prices in that bid.
Okay, I move that we, I'm going to go ahead and move. We'll have a second, and then I think there's a question. So I move that we approve the award of contract action as requested by the district. Is there a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Director Aris. I see that there's a discussion question from Director Watson. Would you like to go ahead?
I just want to know if Jack understood the concern brought by the community member about senior Silver Glen and whether there would be a traffic problem or anything we could do to mitigate that so that we aren't running over senior citizens, which seemed to be what he was saying.
Yeah, that came to my knowledge roundabout way. I've never seen what his issue is, and it has not been given to us. It went to the city as part of a land use, one of the criteria that apparently was opposed to that. Our SEPA process had closed for comments when this person sent that information in. So I haven't seen it yet. Our plan was find out what the issue was and then go sit down with the gentleman and try to figure out what the issue is so we could hope to solve it. So that would still be our plan with that, even though we have no official indication that there is some kind of valid response on that matter, either to the city or to the district SEPA.
Do you anticipate if there is some kind of traffic problem uncovered where people crossing the street would be endangered that we could mitigate that?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there's also a question from Director Chu. Director Chu?
Really along the same lines, but I think mine's a little more limited. I just want to know, is there anything that by passing this tonight, do we tie your hands and your ability to mitigate any issues that come up, such as what might be an issue or not, that was raised tonight?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so at this time, all those in favor of passing the motion to award the contract as described, please say aye.
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 Thank
The
you.
motion passes. Thank you. I'm going to move now to item 7. We'll come back to the board development plan. I think that will actually be relatively easy after we get through the policies. So I'm just going to suggest we hear from Executive Director Harrison. Thankfully, we spent a fair amount of time on policies on Monday, so I'm hoping this might be something that we can get through with some amount of speed, but I also understand there may be questions. So I don't know that we need to do the policy schedule, but because I think you've actually submitted it to us a few times, but I'd love to know if we can have projected the red lines for the second reading, and just if you can highlight kind of what stays the same, what is different since we talked on Monday. That might be a good way to focus us. Do you think
Completely
that would
agree.
work?
Yep.
Okay.
So Mike, if you could put the marked up version of policy 1240 up on the screen, that would be fantastic. So this one's relatively easy in that there are no changes from what you saw on Monday.
Okay, the one thing I will say is I know that there was concern over the appointment of committees by the board president. I want to just hear if anybody still has those concerns. If so, let's go ahead and hear them, and then let's resolve what we can do to go forward. I see Director Chu's hand up. Please go ahead. let's hear any thoughts people have, and then I think we can arrive at an outcome that works. Go ahead.
Thanks. I think there are two things at play here, and I want to just call them out. The first principle and the most important one is that we are creating policies that are in keeping with our values and that advance the best interests of our kids in our community. The second is, as part of that, one of the things that we try to do is to not deviate from standard policy unless it actually conveys an advantage to us or a disadvantage that we need to mitigate for. And we do that quite frequently. You can see that in other policies. And so we don't just blindly take things. And I'm going to suggest that in the case of this policy, the concept of appointment by a board president, instead of just saying by the majority of the board, period, doesn't add anything and actually detracts from the inclusiveness of the way that we practice things. And I have deep concerns over the culture that that creates. And I think that there are places where we might need to do something quickly, but that doesn't need to then be a permanent committee that's, we meet twice a month, every month at least, if not more. There's plenty of time, with a couple of exceptions, but at least monthly. And there's no reason to put that additional power there. Like, there just isn't, and I don't think it reflects the inclusive and participative culture that we want to have. So I would remove that, and I would remove that the clause about the president appointing board members to serve on the committees. And like, this is something that we should be collaboratively agreeing on, not
Okay.
something that should be done. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask Director Shuey, your hands up. Some of this we did hear, so I just wanted to go ahead and have people restate some of the concerns they mentioned or whatever they are top of mind, and then let's see where we can get.
Okay, and this is one where, given my experience working with boards, nonprofit and for-profit, that it is, as I said in another meeting, it is very typical, and it is from the model rules that there could be, in the event, especially of an emergency or something time sensitive, an appointment by the board. And so what I have said in other contexts as well is, just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean that you exercise it. And I have confidence that with 5 people and with the pressure that would come upon the president if the president exceeds their mandate in the sense of what other board members are comfortable with, that will naturally arise anyway, but it allows for an emergency situation. And so I'm inclined to follow the WASDA model rules. And as I said, what I have seen regular practice to be in other contexts, and to work well to have those emergency powers.
Okay, go ahead, Jane. I do have a proposed resolution, but go ahead.
I support Christine's statement regarding the second paragraph and giving the president the power to make a decision to create a committee to be removed. I think in the spirit of our equity work and in our trying to be more inclusive and being mindful of making sure that we are supporting all of our community needs, I think it's better to have a statement that says majority versus singular person. I think more thoughts is always better than one.
Thank you. Director Watson, if you have anything, go ahead. If not, go ahead. Okay, so I actually think following WASDA practice is good, and we've gotten ourselves into trouble by doing too much bespoke and curated policies. Having said that, I don't think this is like a deal breaker here, and I kind of think we should limit how many 3-2 votes we have. So I actually think in this moment, it feels to me that an easy fix is to go with what we know we agree on. So one way would be to simply have Executive Director Harrison make a simple change, which would remove in the second paragraph, put a period after by a majority of the board, striking or by appointment by the president, and similarly taking the last clause that goes on to talk about, and the board will, the president will appoint the board members. I think if it's understood that the majority is the one that decides it, then I think the final piece might not have any moment. But the point is, I think we can talk about this more holistically when we, if we wish, we can revisit it when we talk about other policies. But for me, this is not worth holding up this policy. So that would be the proposal with that modification, striking or appointment by the board president. I would ask that we, I would move that we pass the policy with that change, and would ask for a second.
Seema, are there two amendments that you're proposing or one? Is it striking or appointment by the board president and also striking and the president will appoint the two board members to serve on such committees?
I actually think that second piece is basically procedural. It's not an empowerment. It feels like it's the final thing, but the piece that I think you're objecting to is in the special circumstances, special committees of the board may be created by, and that's by a majority of the board.
I'm
So
objecting to both, to be clear. I'm objecting to both pieces, and so I would ask that we strike both of those phrases.
Yeah, I don't have a hard objection. You can take out both. I mean, again, I think the one thing I would say is past practice of this board has actually been at variance with what we're describing now. But I think, because I think the board president was in the past empowered with quite a lot, but I don't think this is worth a breakdown. So I think make those two strikes. That's fine. So with that, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Okay,
No,
let's move on.
sorry. I did not vote in favor.
Okay, so 4-1, it passes.
I'm going to abstain because I do think that it's important in the event of like a water issue. And so there are a lot of different issues that I could see that, as I said, the right, even though it doesn't need to be exercised, that I see it's important. So I would like to abstain in recognition that it is 4 in favor, but I'd like to register that concern, but of not having that power for the president.
Okay, well, thank you. To be clear, then we have 4 in favor of the policy change with the 2 strikes and 1 abstention. Is that a correct assessment of our vote? Okay, thank you. I do appreciate the point, and I will say I continue to think that us deviating from WASDA policy has gotten us into trouble more often than it has helped us, and that's come through multiple prior council and their guidance. Having said that, I also think we need to catch our convergence of a board as a board wherever we can, and so I think that's worth it. So let's now go to item 7.3. That's policy 1400.
Yeah, thank you, directors. Yeah, so Mike, it's marked up version of policy 1400. Yeah, second reading, 1400, marked up version. There we go.
And can you expand that so folks can see it? Thank you.
And
And if you center it a bit, Mike, thank you. We don't have to see the, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Can everybody see okay?
yeah, and Mike,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to scroll down
Yeah,
towards
thank
the
you.
bottom. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. We're getting close, right there. So two relatively minor changes. The first being that the proposal is that we refer to in-person and remote public comment. So the word virtually has been replaced by the word remotely. And the second one, again, no change from what you saw Monday, is that the specific time of the meeting, specific time of the public comment is outlined in procedure 1400P. So no changes since Monday, and both changes since first reading are relatively minor.
Okay. I'm going to, just because we did have discussion on this on Monday, I'm going to go ahead and assume that we're ready for a vote. If I'm wrong, you guys will correct me. So I'm going to move that we pass 1400 with the edits that are reflected currently. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. If there's no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Thank you, directors. And
five
I'd like
there.
to show you 1400p because there was a substantive conversation on Monday. So Mike, it's 1400p, second reading, marked up version. And same thing, scroll down once you've got it centered.
Did we pass it?
And we may, no, this is the wrong one. This
Yeah.
is, this might be the wrong one.
Yeah, I think it might be the right one. It may just have
Okay.
gone by too fast.
Yeah. Can you make that a little bit larger? Okay, and then scroll up a bit more. A bit more. I'm sorry, this is,
Mike, can you expand it just a little bit so yeah, I'm trying to look at the device so I see what Directors Chu and Shui see too.
I'm gonna look on my screen so I can see.
Um,
It's on. The title we're looking for is public comment during regular board meetings. Right there. There we go. So the first change is the one that you just saw with the policy and approved, the replacement of the word virtual with the replacement of the word virtual with
remote instead of, yeah.
Right. And it looks like I missed striking out one virtual, but the word virtual will be replaced with remote. The second change that since Monday is the really important one. There was conversation around if members of the public show up at a school board meeting in person to make comment without registering in advance, to include language that codifies the practice. So what I've stated there is, in red, if there are in-person attendees who did not request to make public comment in advance and wish to make comment, and there are less than 10 speakers selected in advance, they will be permitted to make public comment if there are the same number or fewer making their request and spaces available. And then finally, the public comment period will occur as close to 5 p.m. as possible.
So John, I wanted to thank you for doing that. I raised my hand only because everything reflects what we talked about, except I'd like to ask if we could use the word fewer rather than less. I would like that better. Director Shui, do you have anything?
I was going to say the English teacher in me was going to ask for that change to change that. And I did hear Director Harrison that you said the word fewer as you read it, but if we can change it in the procedure to match, that would be great. And then my comment is that on Monday, I did say that I would be concerned if we're only allowing in-person people to comment, and I requested that we figure out a way that if there is room, that if somebody registers later for a remote participation, I feel like we should be able to accommodate that. And I am not sure if that was something that was considered and rejected, or why are we not including that?
I think that, yeah, I actually do recall that, and I don't know if there was a logistics issue. So I'm curious to know the same
Yeah,
thing.
not
I
at
think,
all. It was not rejected. I'm sorry. I clearly missed that piece.
Could we make
Is there a way
a
to-
suggestion that just says, if there are attendees, just remove in person who did not
Yeah.
request to make public comment and wish to make public comment, and there are less than 10 speakers, they will be permitted to make public comment? Just remove
Yeah.
the in person.
I think that's a great fix. I would agree with Director Chu.
Then you
So
can
there
figure out
would be
operationally how to do
three
that.
things changed. Virtual, as you already noted, stricken in favor of remote. There would be stricken in person, and there would be replaced the word less with fewer.
Thank you.
Would that be acceptable to everybody? Are those the changes we would say are a modification? I'm thinking yes, but I don't know if I overspoke.
I think that works. If I could see it on the screen, that would be excellent. But if not, understand that we may need to see it again. I also wanted to understand in the penultimate line of the first paragraph where it still says virtual/remote, is that virtual will be stricken there?
Yes. Oh, let me let John speak.
I just missed that one. Yeah, correct. We'll make that change.
So I think to recap, for anybody listening here, it's in the first paragraph, you're right. The penultimate or the second to last sentence has the word virtual and remote, and it was simply an error. I think he intended to strike out remote or virtual.
Correct.
Because he had remote. Then you get to, if you keep going, then you have, if there are any in-person attendees, Director Chu's suggestion, which I think all like, is strike out in person and just have if there are attendees. And then you get to the more grammatical, less strike that, use fewer. And I think then we land on thing we can take a vote on. Maybe not. Okay, Director Shuey.
It will be addressed by someone listening to this at a later time, but attendees may imply to people that they need to be in person. I don't know if it does, and maybe if there are people who did not request to make public comment in advance and wish to make comment, then that would make it clear that there's no argument over what an attendee is.
Okay, so then it could be if there are community members. Do we identify that at the outset? I don't know how I don't
we
recall.
do say community members in the first paragraph, so that would work. Yeah.
We do. So maybe that is the way to go. So then we strike and we would say if there are striking out in person and attendees, we would say if there are community members.
Yes. Thank
Yes. Okay. So to recap, we have striking out virtual using remote, then striking out in-person attendees and replacing with community members, and then proceeding along. When we get to less, we strike it out and use the word fewer. With that, those modifications, I move that we pass this modified version of 1400p. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think that's,
Sorry.
okay, thank you. I think that's 5-0 and 1400p passes. We have, I believe, still
2 to go.
yes, we have the gender inclusive schools, 3211. And I know on this one, we had some recent input, and I understand that several of you within the staff have worked on it. So perhaps you want to give us a little bit of updated comment. My general sense was some of the feedback we got might have been appropriate for procedure, but I didn't know what you landed on.
Yeah, that's accurate. And Mike, if you could bring up 3211's second reading marked up version. So some feedback, yes, from the community, the majority of which was procedural, and much of it was actually is addressed in the proposed procedure. The one piece that I will speak to was the use of the term gender expansive, and you can see what's highlighted in yellow. No change from Monday, with the exception of dress codes has been stricken. As I've struck dress codes, we had the conversation Monday about we have another policy that deals with dress code. So that's the one change since Monday. The term gender expansive, upon conversation and doing some additional research, is a term that is not a legal definition, but a commonly accepted term by national organizations like the Human Rights Campaign, the National Institutes of Health. It's a common definition, which is my understanding of why a similar definition is offered by the WASDA model procedure, where gender expansive is defined. So again, the only change that you see in front of you for tonight is the dress code being struck.
And to add a little bit on it, as the community member was concerned that that term does not currently have a legal meaning, it actually is the terminology that we're beginning to see. As you know from your review of the prior procedure that we had in place, this is an area where appropriate terminology has changed rapidly over the course of the last 7 years. And so that term is now one that you're beginning to see in guidance from entities like OSPI and OCR, and that is also why WASDA adopted that phrase. So I disagree with the community member who identified it was a mistake to use that phrase. However, we will always be looking at the procedure to make sure that we update language as what is currently viewed as acceptable may change over time and change quickly. But we very much appreciated the community members' feedback. That is just one area where we are in disagreement with the community member about the language choice, and agree with WASDA that it's appropriate, and it does have meaning in context. And I do believe that we will start seeing that as the phrase used in regulations and statutes moving forward, as other entities do what we're doing, which is catching up existing policy, regulation, statute, law to what is now considered to be better language to use.
Okay, I do have one question. So we described makes sense to me. I would say it's actually not just common, it's now the current language, meaning
Agreed.
common was something not current, this was not used just a few years ago. So it's now the most currently broadly accepted.
Absolutely correct.
But
And
if I'm the community member, I would say, but you guys are passing the policy, where's the procedure? So can you give us a sense for when that will, we're not voting on that one tonight, the procedure.
no, did you want the procedure definition?
No, I think I guess
It will come back to you in an information item before the
Yes.
next board meeting.
Right. So I wonder if there's any sort of just a few words of what will be in that procedure. Like, is that something that we can talk about, or is it just better to know that it will be available to review in 2 weeks? Is that
Yeah,
the
it will
right
be,
time?
As Councillor McMinimy has stated, it'll be as for information at the next board meeting.
Okay, I think that's just helpful. If there any other, I see a hand up. Director
Just a
Chu?
clarifying question. Which procedure are you talking about that will be available?
The accompanying procedure to this new policy.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Director Shuey?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank community members for their input. And so I want anybody who is listening and curious about how we take their feedback into consideration. We do read all the emails, and this is something that I didn't get a chance to look at real closely, the email from the community member, but it was well thought out, very thoughtful, and we appreciated the time for it. And I will say, for myself, and I believe that I can say on behalf of the other members of the board, that we are very committed to inclusive language and inclusivity in general. And so thank you for bringing it to our attention. I did take a quick look at the Human Rights Campaign. I am at this moment persuaded that the gender expansive is the right language. There were other items that I think have been considered and included and integrated. And so if folks continue to have disagreements, we appreciate being educated and learning. And so thank you for providing that. And we can, when we know better, we do better. And so continue to provide us feedback. And if we get it wrong, we will take corrective action. But at this point, it appears to me that that term is okay.
Okay, so just looking to see, so we're ready now. Is there anybody else who had something
Well,
you
I
wanted to
just
say?
wanted to say
Yeah,
that
please go ahead.
I definitely remember this community member. Eric ran for school board. You might not have known. So Eric's been involved for a really long time.
That's good context. Thank you.
Yeah, I very much appreciated the email to bring awareness into space that I don't have fluency in. So having us sit and do a little more digging was very appreciated.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the thing about these emails is that that not only can they cause action, they also cause learning and understanding. And we appreciate them, and they don't always get, it doesn't always go to something so concrete and so actionable as you can see with the procedure that'll be coming out and all. But we really appreciate them. And this one in particular, thank you for, it was extremely thoughtfully written and very thorough.
Thank you. I think then at this time, I'll go to policy 3211 and ask for a second for my motion that we pass 3211 as edited for presentation tonight. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, the revised 3211 passes, and we understand we'll be looking for the procedure in September 8th.
Correct. And
Thank
just,
you.
I just wanted to acknowledge Nancy Pham, our civil rights compliance officer, for her work on this policy and her outreach to the community. She spent basically last school year meeting with groups all across the district, families, parents, staff, and most importantly, students. So I want to thank Nancy publicly for her work on this really important policy. And thank you for approving it, board.
Well, I'm really glad you mentioned her, and I'm sorry that our timing tonight did not allow her to be publicly thanked.
She's here in spirit.
Okay, well, thank you. Let's move forward to item 7.5. That's the second reading for 4110, and that's the community advisory groups. We've got the policy is marked up for the second reading. John, if you want to kind of direct Mike to the right place.
Yep, so there it is. So two substantive changes from what you saw Monday based on your excellent feedback and conversation. The first one is in red, an additional sentence to the first paragraph. When community advisory groups are established by the superintendent and/or school board, every effort will be made to ensure broad representation of relevant stakeholders who reflect the interests of historically underrepresented members of the community. What I did there was take the suggestion. I really liked the term that was suggested, relevant stakeholders. And then I used the language in policy 3241 where we talk about DAC membership, and that's the language from that policy. So it's consistent with another policy. So I hope that captures the intent that that we have diverse representation on these community advisory groups. The second addition was a great suggestion around clarity of whom appoints, under whose authority a community advisory group would be appointed. And typically, as you know, the vast majority of these advisory groups have been formed under the authority of the superintendent, but not all. And I would agree that it is important to, for that clarification to be clear. So the sentence I added was the title of any community advisory group, committee, council, or task force will clarify whether it was formed under the authority of the board or superintendent or both.
I feel like that represents the discussion we had. I see a hand raised by Director Chu.
Yes, thanks. John, this is great. Really appreciate the effort on it. I'd like to propose a modification because I think that the language that was added is really helpful in this first paragraph, but I think it can also come across as being narrower than intended, because we really want all relevant stakeholders represented, not only those who are represented. So I'm going to suggest a very small wording change. I have two ways of handling it. One includes 2 words, 1 4. So we could do every effort will be made to ensure broad representation of relevant stakeholders, comma, including those who reflect blah, blah, blah. Or if you wanted to, including but not limited to those who reflect. I would like to take at least one of the first change, the second maybe, but at least the first, to be crystal clear that it's not only.
For what
Because
it's worth,
as
I like the suggestion. I'd probably go with your 4 words. Although it sounds really legalese, I kind of actually think including but not limited to would be a good change. So I like it. I think at least another hand up and maybe some other board directors who may wish to pipe in. So Director Shuey, Director Aris, or Watson, if I missed you, go ahead.
I'll echo Director Chu's suggestion and say that I support that, including. I like that, and I think it gets to what we discussed on Monday. And then my second item is that it's just wordsmithing more than anything else, but when we talk about any community advisory group, we'll include a description of, then we've got the charge, the responsibilities. I would say you could just put a comma there, the duration of the group, comma, and an identification of whose authority it was under, because it seems a little awkward to have split it into two different sentences. And so I would just put them all. It's like any advisory group has to include these 4 or 5 elements and identification of those items. So I can wordsmith more quickly if I had access to like Word and stuff, but I think that you get my gist, which is just to make it one sentence and identify all those parts, because I don't think that the title needs to clarify. I think it's just that when it's formed, it needs to identify all those elements. You know how the new sentences, the title has to, unless that was the intent.
Joyce,
But
how
I-
about,
I-
Joyce,
I
how
gotta
about
say,
just, we'll
Director Shuey,
specify.
I do feel like having the title be clear can be valuable, because long after there's something that somebody thinks they delineated, that title can be really valuable. One of the
So-
challenges I would just say we've gotten feedback on is people giving a lot of their time and feeling like it's not even clear who established their groups. So I actually wasn't necessarily thinking in the beginning it'd be in the title, but when I saw it, I thought, hey, that's good. That will stay with the entity, and I could see real value there. So I'd probably leave that final sentence if that's my view.
So it would say the superintendent's task force on XYZ. And so then it would be clear whether it was on the authority of the school board or the
Yes.
superintendent. I guess I
Yes.
don't feel strongly about it. I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
I think we certainly have one instance, for example, now where there's at least one instance where nobody's quite clear, or often that group is unclear who initiated them, who gave rise to them. And so I think knowing that clarity from the beginning has real value. So it doesn't have to be the first sentence. It's the first part of the thing. It could be afterward. It could be in a paren, but I would just want them to know and have that live with the group, just so that they always have someone to go to. Just
It's so that people know where to report back to and who they're sort of accountable
Yes.
to. That's okay.
I think so, because especially if there's questions about what do you want us to do and who are we supposed to be reporting to, it is crystal clear. Because I feel like when we take people's time, we have the duty to make sure they're always sure about who brought them there and why.
Understood. Makes sense. Thanks.
I don't know if somebody else was trying to speak when I jumped in. So if there was somebody else who wanted to say something, go ahead. Okay, I think a question I have is, if we left that sentence about title in, was there otherwise then an edit, or were you saying your initial goal was take out that title sentence? But
Yeah,
I
I
kind
was,
of think,
but I understand that. And I thought in the process we would maybe clean up the one before, but I'm good. We can just go
I
with
kind of
it.
tend to think like we've got the perfection as enemy of good here. And so I'd be inclined to say, if this meets the need, but I do want to go back to Director Chu.
Anyway, but if we're not
Yeah.
revising, I'm good with it.
Okay, and I would like as much as we can when we've got our Monday planning sessions, like if we can do that kind of wordsmithing there, we try to do it. But I like the suggestion of the well, this was actually edits in response to that, so strike that.
Get an opportunity.
Yeah,
then.
exactly. So I think I want to just understand. I liked Director Chu's forward variation. I couldn't tell if you were saying 2 words or 4 words. I kind of liked her including but not limited to. Is everybody okay with that? All right. So, John, at this time, I would make a motion to motion, and I ask for a second for the marked up version of 4110 with one modification. The modification being after relevant stakeholders. Let's see, representation of relevant stakeholders, comma, including but not limited to those who reflect the interests of, and everything else is the same. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
Perfect.
All right. So do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, directors. And may I say that the English teacher in me appreciates the English teacher and all of you. So
Oh,
thank you.
thank you. Well, we have one more thing we have in common. Okay, so if we can, let's go back to items 6.3 and 6.4 that we skipped. I will say, as newsflash, I don't think we'll do director discussion tonight because I don't think our time will allow for it.
Can we
So-
just say a big thank you to John for all his iterations and his due diligence on the policies? There was a tremendous amount of responsiveness in this set of iterations, and to our community, to our comments, to everything, and it seemed like it was really covered really well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we go to item 6.3. I will say that I want to just let Director Chu know, because she may not know this. As to September 22nd, I was able to modify so that the workshop would end at 7:15 p.m. So I just wanted to let you know that. Otherwise, this is essentially what was sent to you last week. And so the bottom line is if we have a minute, I can show you a visual that tries to, it's just a visual aid. It's not intended to be what we pass. What we would be considering for passage tonight is this actual board development plan. It essentially tries to have us focus on, as we put in the top, first semester, focusing on our superintendent search, planning for our next strategic plan, and planning for alignment on balanced governance. The idea being that the various sessions are intended to help us focus on thinking about what our next strategic plan will be, thinking about what we wish to see in a balanced governance realignment, all under the umbrella of superintendent search, as well as things that we know we'll need to do once we identify our new superintendent. So how that would be relevant is we know that at some point soon we'll be interviewing a potential superintendent. But before we do that, if we can have time that we dedicate, which this board plan seeks to do, to think about what should our next strategic plan look like? What values do we want to be leading with? And how do we want our balanced governance to look? What kind of policies would we change? What balance would we realign? Then we're going to do a better job asking the right questions. And we will have already done some of that work with each other. That helps us in our superintendent search. It also helps us to what we need to do in the second semester, which is get closer and work with that new superintendent, as well as our current superintendent, to align on what does our next strat plan look like, as well as to land on policies that will help in that new relationship. So that's the overarching sort of point. We tried to create a visual, but I frankly found the visual a little overwhelming, but I can try to do it here. If, Mike, do you have it? Okay. So if it's helpful, I can show you that. If you don't need it, and you're like, had you at hello, we can move on and just take a vote on the board development plan. So I see a question by Director Chu.
Yeah, no comments so much about what's here, more a quick question about a couple logistical items that I don't see, and I'm wondering if they get folded in or if there will be additional time somewhere in other agendas. And that is to form the questions for our semifinalist and finalist interviews, because that in and of itself is often an hour process. And I see places where we're going to kind of touch on things related to that, but I'm not sure I see the time where we have to prepare those questions for each round.
Yeah, that's a good question. I looked at this a little bit more through the lens of board development versus specifics on superintendent search. So I think we are going to be having Hank come on. We're going to meet with him, as you know, on the September 1st. That's for a specific purpose. It's on your calendar. And then he's going to come on our board planning session. So this bleeds a little bit into item 6.4, but I think it's a relevant question. We're going to be talking to him about how does he want us to work through our superintendent questions. And so what I think we can do is, what I would propose is, if we learn that there's a proposed process that means that we need to meet either more times or more times than this would allow, meaning this becomes overwhelming when we then add those dates, then I would suggest when we learn more, we revise it. If that makes
That's
sense.
fine. No, that's entirely fine. I saw allusions to it, so references in here to the questions. And so but I didn't see the time to do the questions. And if it turns out we're going to do the questions in some Monday workshops, that's totally fine. I just didn't want them to be lost. And so
That's
it's fine
totally-
if we're amenable to revising this if needed.
Yeah, where I have it currently is if you look at December 15th, it says pulling it together. I was thinking, okay, if we talk about what do we want to prioritize in our strat plan? And we basically have 2 sessions. For each thing, it's a 2-step dance. Like first we ideate, then we try to distill. And then we have a session on what do we think effective governance looks like? What policies, like some that we've talked about not too long ago, what policies would we change? Why would we change them? How would we change them? Each of those will give rise to things that we would say, now these could be really good questions. And I thought that's where I had pull it together in mid-December. Now we might decide we need to do that sooner, in which case we'll have to shift our time. So I think that's where I would say this plan is heavily focused on what to do first semester. It has ideas for what we would do in February and March, but I didn't try to get into April, May, and June because I thought I'd be projecting into things I don't know yet. And I thought we as a board would want to develop those. So with that, I would say, I can show you a visual, but I don't think it's going to tell you something you don't know. It's basically just trying to give you a backdrop. A foreground is the board development plan, and the background was the timing of other things. But at this time, I'd move that we pass what I proposed as a board development plan. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we kind of did discussion first, but doesn't matter. Is there any discussion?
The dates in October are up in the air. Will we do a survey to make sure that we're all available? That is like, I think it makes it so that there's not a single week in October where we don't have meetings. So I just want to and it looks like you're
Yeah.
looking for a long session. So, and it wasn't specified, so it's going to be hard to
Yeah, I understand.
keep
So
3 days
first of all,
completely open.
yeah, wherever I could, I tried to tag onto an existing meeting with the hope that we would shorten the earlier part of it. But you're right. Like I'm guessing on October, when I put board retreat, October 27th or 25th or 26th, I thought I would need to get a poll, but I didn't want to presume we were there yet. So agreed. These are TBDs and I need the board's availability to make it work. So to answer your question, that was my best guess, but it was not, it was subject to everybody's calendar.
So I guess I would just say I would amend the proposal to just say one of these 3 dates or another TBD. And we'll just
Sure.
poll. Yeah.
Okay. I have a PDF in front of me, so I'm just going to ask Hannah if she can make a note. So I get that right. I think what Director Chu's modification is basically October 25th, 26th, or 27th, or a date TBD. And I think that's a totally fair request. With that modification, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I think I have 5 and our board development plan passes. I think with that, as we're at 8:50 p.m., I'm going to suggest we recess. If there's anything anybody feels that we missed, let me know.
Recessing or adjourning? Are we
Adjourning. Oh, sorry. Yes, I thought we would recess and talk some more, but no, let's actually adjourn. Okay, so all those in favor, we adjourn. We do not recess. We adjourn.
Yeah.
Okay, have a good night.
Thank you. Thanks to staff for staying late.